Greetings, everybody. My name is Coin. I am so incredibly sorry about today, and welcome on in to another episode of The Legend of Zelda: Tears of the Kingdom. Before we begin, now more than ever, I think it's actually crucially important that I thank this month's contributors and subscribers and members. Thank you so much to Michael DS, MonkeyFunk4D, and the gifter for Kanan QXQ for purchasing subscription packages. Please enjoy all the benefits that come along with those subscription packages. I would also like to turn my attention to Mr. Rasby the Player. Thank you so much for your continued Valkyrie subscription. That means a lot. I want you guys to sincerely know that. And while we don't have any one-off contributors, I would like to thank people for having made direct donations or donations through coffee in the past. That it's all kind of been worthwhile, I promise. And you guys are truly the best. I mean that. Sorry again for the late start. Before we begin, this is probably the only time I'm going to shill it today, because I don't feel like I've earned much shilling, so I'm going to get it out of the way. What I think I deserve out of the way. If you guys are on Twitch, I am working toward getting a new emote slot that it requires 10 concurrent subscriptions. A sub is basically worth 1 point. So, if you guys do want to see new emotes and you don't want to have to pick between the emotes that we have now, I would maybe highly recommend a free Prime Gaming subscription that you get when you have an Amazon Prime account, or perhaps a tier 1 sub or better, so that you can enjoy those ad-free benefits. Much obliged. I do have 3 new emotes as well. Okay, I have 2 emotes and a rework. So I will go ahead and show those now. Here they are. I reworked the goblet. It should look a little bit better compared to what it was. I tried to make it really detailed. I also changed the neck thickness, among other things. I'm not 100% sold on the neck thickness, but there it is. I also made I reworked the heart emote and got rid of that one from the scam artist. How about that? I hope everyone enjoys that particular one. Let's see, I think I can. Yeah. So the follower emote, the coin stamp cheer, is the reworked one. That basically is available to everyone. The coin stamp heart replaces the old heart design. I think it'll look a little bit better, and I hope it's a bit cleaner. And then I made the F emote, if we want to spam Fs in chat. Now, of course, this is not a free emote or a follower emote, but it is pretty basic. But my channel is perhaps sorely missing that, so I have the lightning colored F emote. Enjoy. Now, we probably have about 10 minutes before an advertisement is going to come through. And then after that, we'll be able to, once we get this out of the way, our schedule will be normal. Again, I'm really quite sorry about all this. Now, off-camera stuff, because that is the first thing I should be doing. I have ground up 500 crystallized charges. We are going to go exchange those before concluding business. I have farmed a litany of things, although we do not have too many food supplies. What did I pick out? I farmed a few more gliat corns. What did I spot here, though? I had it all ready to go, too. Hey there, Troll Castle King Jason. Welcome on in. Good to see you, good sir. Hopefully you're doing well. Hopefully you enjoy your stay. I apologize for not having started the ticket process. This weekend was busy, and thank you, Mr. Jason. I was just describing the stuff. I was describing stuff that I had done off camera. I was doing the bookkeeping. So let's see. It's by type. No, it would be. Oh, it would be by most used. Yep. Okay. No, even that doesn't work. I had this all planned out. It's probably a part we have, like, oh yeah, it's the guts. That took me a fair minute to, like, try to parse. All right, yeah, the gliat guts. I managed to get some. I got exactly one copy, of course, but I did get them. A rare and precious, albeit creepy material that pulses even after its former owner has been vanquished. Bookkeeping, you say? It is almost like you want to join my staff team. You keep impressing me each day, Coin Stamp. Thank you. I'm flattered. That said, I've got a lot on my plate as is. But yes, I am very familiar with a lot of terms. Ooh, gliat guts. I have 20 of them last I recall. Yeah, I've literally just been spending time farming this and that. Last time on Tears of the Kingdom, also part of the bookkeeping. Oh yeah, I'll explain that, since that's kind of part of what happened last time. Last time we spent the rest of the time on the surface, clearing out the remaining Koroks. We also started exploring all of the cave systems and stuff. We got most of the way there, but we have one cave system left before we can safely start delving into the depths. And speaking of caves, I did also bump into a couple of chests we're going to go check into. During my off-screen grind, there are a couple things I opted to make sure I didn't crack open or do. So we're gonna go do those. There's also a couple things in Sky we're gonna check out once we're done in the depths. But yeah, after this one cave system, we will also be going into the you were looking... Oh, did I not update the schedule? This is Legend of Zelda Breath of the Wild Revisited, and even though it is The Legend of Zelda Tears of the Kingdom, it is not technically inaccurate, lol. Thanks, Mr. Jason. I will look into that after, I will look into that perhaps on commercial break that we'll be taking real soon. I normally wouldn't take it quite so soon into the stream, but we got off to a late start. Yeah, we got off to a late start today. I don't expect to end the stream until a bit closer to 6 today. You hear that off in the distance, my senators and inductees? That is an ad storm. In about 5 minutes, it'll blow over us, and then we can get right back to the gaming. Thanks. I'm gonna keep the shilling real minimal because I don't think I've earned it today. If you guys like this content and, you don't mind the occasional lateness, which is what happened today, please consider following on Twitch or subscribing on YouTube. If and you like the content, and I'm fairly aware of what thresholds I have to meet for certain folks to do that. That's totally fine. The follow and the subscription really do help out really do help out more than you know. And please also consider maybe sharing this with friends, family, coworkers, and so on. That bit of growth really does help out. I can only spend I spamming social media with notifications to go live or like the occasional clip post only gets so far. I really do require word by mouth or digital word of mouth, so to speak, in order to like grow. That was the 5-minute alert for the advertisement break. We do take 3-minute breaks at the top of every hour. It's mostly to ward against pre-roll on Twitch. If I didn't have to do that, I wouldn't take this break so soon, but I've got to for pretty much everybody involved. There will be a timer on the screen. It'll switch over. Once that timer disappears, we get right back to the gaming. Let me go back and read chat here. And let me also check YouTube. It's been suspiciously quiet. Okay, no, nothing. That's good. With a Discord like mine, I have more than earned the shilling, Kappa. I mean, that's fair. That's fair. The Troll Castle, yeah. I really hope we see the amazing shiny on YouTube. Me too. I hope we see everybody today. Even if I got a late start, I really hope we see everyone today. Troll Castle King Jason goes on to say, or being able to advertise your stream to 2 other clients if you're successful. Yeah. Yep. Today's stream. After today's stream, I'm gonna file that ticket. The weekend got away from me, is what I'm gonna say there. Yeah. Told you guys, gonna keep the shill real short. And really, it does not take much to say, there's a commercial break on the stream. Although it might be outside of business hours, that is the thing I'm kind of having to mind as well. All right, thanks for the reminder on that, Mr. Jason. That'll add another day on. I should probably, even though the timing is like not great, I probably should just get it done rather than try to time it. I'm a stickler for things like timing. Okay. Okay, we managed to bag them and tag them. There are also, I guess I didn't even bother to cover this, but there are a couple like chests and things that I found during the time that if we get done with what we need to get done today, we'll check those out as to resolve the last bits of bookkeeping we have. And then after that, Kakariko Village awaits. I think it's about time we went there. We've got a lot of we've gotten a lot of like side stuff done, but we still I'll finish after the break. Thanks. Sorry, folks. Sorry about that, folks. I am back. So, where was I last time? Oh, I guess I should read that, because that's quite the, that's quite the bit of text there. Mr. Jason says, you are more than welcome to do whatever you wish to do, but we staff are restricted to TCC policy and business hours, including me. I can't bypass the rules that you've set. Sure you can, but I wouldn't want you to. This is the part where we all laugh, everybody. Only a meeting with the board can make those changes together, and if you're dealing with me, the founder, as I would expect, you are a stickler for the time. If it comes to 8:01 p.m. and a ticket is submitted, I'll be like, thank you for your ticket. Sorry, we're closed right now. We'll get back to you as soon as possible. Of course. Of course. This is not particularly something that's too sensitive about myself, so I feel pretty okay in sharing it. I just might obscure the you know, the country name or the state names or whatever. But I did actually found a club. When I was at a community college, when I went back to start that journey on getting my second associate's degree in biology, at the community college, there was like a biology club, but it never really met. It never really met, and on top of all that, you know, unless you were a computer science major, if you were a chemist or you know, a physicist or something, you had no one. There was no club for that. At the time, there may or may not be one now, since it's been like over a decade, but I highly doubt it. I did not mean to do that. Wrong button. So I actually put together, or I went and did all the necessary paperwork, and I did canvassing to found the General Sciences Club on that campus, and I felt pretty good about that. I felt pretty strongly about wanting to have a place where, you know, the students on campus could meet and... Okay, what's going... Oh, no. Yeah, that was an entirely preventable disaster of my own making. Oh, that's actually really cool. I didn't know you could do that, too. That is a neat animation, I have to say. Okay. Can we please, like, actually stop, like, nosediving and hit the ground for a second? Okay, that's getting dropped, and now we're gonna go all the way up. Yeah, I actually need to... What the heck? I guess those are missable lootables indeed. It's fine. Missing one isn't gonna kill me. I'll read comments there, and then I'll get back to talking about what I was talking about. Off subject a bit, you've been looking forward today to chill and stream with you. I appreciate that. And yeah, to gently push me to finally opening a ticket. The weekend really did just get away from me. That's about as much as I'm gonna say. mainly because anything else would be a lie. I would have done it Saturday, but I ended up having a relatively full Saturday. Friends invited me out to do things, and then I've still been dealing with sleep issues. Wait. Oh, those are just regular old garden variety tier 1 and 2 enemies. Cool. Yeah. Very much a face plant. You do have one client who's very inquisitive in the TCC. Not to worry. Their name is the Ferret Overlord. The Ferret Overlord. Nice. Oh, so there's just interesting. Okay. God, I'm not gonna be able to finish a complete coherent story to save my entire bloody life. All right, let's quickly try to get this done and over with. Got him. What the heck? What was making that noise? Is everything just being sucked toward like this general area? I guess so. It's fine. Since it's public information anyway, they're asking why the CEO, Jamie, and the US CEO, Medoh, are now below a director. The CEO's answer to the board of directors anyway. So, now below a director. Interesting. So I guess there was like a change, a slight change to how the corporate structure, like, is or appears to be. Fair. Yeah, I suppose I'd ask questions too if that were the case. What was I talking about? Oh, right. The founding of the General Science Club. So I know what it means. You know, I put together positions that are not unlike what you discussed when you went over the almost the entirety of the command structure of the TCC. We wouldn't. I would answer their question, but the founder isn't really supposed to be on the floor answering questions. Fair. Fair. Were I president of the club then? Yes. I mean, I was technically also its founder, so there is that. But, yes, I would have been considered club president. The way the clubs worked is you could, a student could be the president, that's fine. But you had to go find a sponsor for said club. You know, you couldn't not have like a school sponsor. The club just wouldn't exist without one. It's one of the first things you had to do. So I found a sponsor. It's how I got to know him more personally beyond just being staff for the school and everything. And great relationship. But I suppose a club like having a club sponsor, how do I describe it? It would kind of be like the current board or current board of trustees talking like about a grandmaster or something. Now, Mr. Jason says, now if it takes 24 hours for a reply, you'll be visiting the staff room and asking why. 24 hours should be more than enough reason for such queries. If you... Look, in this business, specifically when it comes to streaming, more than reasonable. When it comes to, asking and answering many questions, streamer brain is a genuine thing that exists. There are many instances where I might need to be reminded, I'm sorry, I know we had this discussion a week ago. I know we had this discussion maybe not even 4 days ago. What were we talking about again? Not only, oh, we had this discussion 4 days ago, but I've had similar but in entirely different discussions with like 5 other people. Oh, okay. I guess this is... Oh, we found it. All right, so this is the Picada Stone Grove Northwest Cave. Good to know. Let's head back in there. We don't want to be in the Picada region yet. Yeah, streamer brain is a thing that happens all the time. Where I, being forgetful is just kind of par for the course. So I don't take any offense with the length of time spent on questions and stuff. I really, really don't. I think this might be all there is. It seems more like a cave that is just there in order to transition people from one region to another, and not really anything else. I think that's what's going on here. In which case, I'm gonna double check and make sure I'm not missing anything, and presuming that I'm not, the next step is gonna be the depth. Yep, that was one of the shrines I was worried about. Nice to know that's there. Then we have that shrine. Okay, that was another one I was worried about. That one. Yeah, that one was in the cave. Yeah, I believe we're actually good here. All right, so let's go find ourselves the chasm, shall we? Mr. Jason says, I do love how Fur Overlord visits the TCC, asks a massive question bomb, and then leaves for ages. It's kind of funny. That's real life, I feel like. Especially if you're an adult. If you're an adult, you kind of have to accept that people are not going to be chronically online, right? People have lives. People are busy. But I suppose... I suppose the way I carry things out, my expectations are perhaps a bit different because, I am chronically online. I mean, I'm not online every waking moment, but there's hardly a day that goes by without news, right? There are some chronically online people, though. Some Redditors. Yeah. No doubt. Oh, shoot. I don't know if I want to go down this particular rabbit hole. Yeah, maybe maybe not rabbit hole. It's like major news, but I think I'm gonna abstain from talking about it. Mr. Jason says, you like Reddit? Yeah, I'm part of a number of sub-communities on Reddit. It is a very interesting place. There are people... How do I word this? I want to be careful that I'm not, like, slandering people or engaging in just wanton libel. How do I word this? Let me make a comparison. If Twitter is a cesspool insofar as literally anyone can post any piece of detritus, and unless it's like violating Twitter's community guidelines or something, it's probably not getting struck down. You can call someone the R word all day long and it's not gonna do anything. Like, that post is gonna stay there. Reddit is a bit more like, what if we had that same kind of culture, but it's an echo chamber instead? Yeah, people love making subreddits for the express purpose of cultural echo chambers. I know from personal experience. Hey there, Mr. Klebus. Good to see you. Welcome on in. Hopefully you're doing well. Hopefully you enjoy your stay, good sir, and you are well in both body and mind. If you guys don't know who Mr. Klebus is, please consider checking him out. He is a variety content. He's a variety streamer like myself, but his focus is mainly on shooter or horror titles, but he has done other stuff too. He has recently been playing Among Us. I wonder if that is still the case, but good sir, here comes that shout out. Fortnite. We have moved back to the Fortnite. A popular staple. You're welcome, Mr. Klebus. Mr. Jason says, on Reddit, you've noticed something funny. Make a comment that you have spent ages cultivating and perfecting. Only a few updudes. Make a comment that updude is like the slang for voting. Upvote, by the way. Make a comment that's super basic. 20 plus upvotes. Yeah. Make cringe controversial slop comment. Oh, the updutes and the downdutes come right in. Yeah, I mean, Reddit is not that much different from, like, social media platform. It really isn't. What is up with this? Oh, it's like down this way. Okay, this is weird. There should be a chasm here. I wonder if, there's like a cave or something nearby. Yeah, you know what? I'm willing to bet that's what's going on. All right, let me find a... We might need to, like, build a boat here. Mr. Kleba says, been kind of using less and less Reddit. Yeah, especially now that it's well known that the Reddit CEOs basically used like an AI experiment on Reddit. Nobody really knows if you're dealing with a human being or bot now. So it's kind of just like every other place where... It's kind of been like every other place that, has like it's kind of been curated like a forum. You can't tell who you're talking to. You have to look for certain things, which is a shame because one of the critical things, one of the absolutely critical hallmarks is to tell an AI apart from other apart from human speakers, the usage of something called an M-dash. E-M-D-A-S-H. All two words. It's a really, really long dash. I can't demonstrate it on my keyboard because all of my number keys are hotkeys now. And if I press them, I'm going to turn on and off a lot of things on stream. But it is Alt 0151. You need to hold down the right or left Alt button and then press that sequence of keys and you'll get the M dash. You can also just find a place where you can see it and depict it. And, you know, copy it or whatever. Brain, I need the brain to not be fogging up right now. Right. Yeah, I love the M dash. You kind of use it like a semicolon. You can use it to break up independent and dependent clauses in English. It's mainly a literary tool as opposed to like a grammar, like a grammatical tool. You don't use the M dash if you're wanting to just break up a normal sentence. That's what a semicolon is for. The M dash is something you see in books or like novels and stuff as a means of like breaking up the sentence in such a way that it's very clear the part that you're breaking up, and you're breaking it up to emphasize that specific part of the sentence. The M dash is really cool. Unfortunately, because of what the AI has been trained on, it likes using it a lot, and I like using M dashes a lot. So now I can't even use that particular novelty in English language anymore. I cannot use the M dash. Hyphens are fine. M dashes are not. Yeah, it's sad. And unfortunately, you will see a lot of that on Reddit too. Mr. Jason says, I've deleted your Facebook and X, formerly known as Twitter. Yeah, I'm not gracing it with that name. I still refer to it as Twitter. I do sometimes call it X, but for the most part, I usually just refer to it as Twitter. You didn't have it prior to 2015 and you no longer see a need for them any further. Fair. I only have these things, honestly, because, you know, I'm a content creator. I kind of need to be able to make a push for my content online, and I can't really do that without a social media presence. I don't have it properly set up, but I do have an Instagram too. I've been thinking about ways to like push the content in a non-verbal manner that definitely gets eyes on it. I don't know what that's going to be with Instagram yet, but I am seriously considering beginning its usage. Mr. Klebus says you can't delete Facebook. Everyone here using Messenger? Yeah. Now, my Facebook, I keep private. That is not for anyone's eyes other than mine. Or, you know, my real life friends. I keep that like certain social media, I hardly use it. I don't put any comments on it, especially not as a US citizen. My comments are always actively being screened on Facebook, so you know, it stays sanitized. I wish I didn't have to say that, but it's the truth. Mr. Klebus says, yeah, I don't comment at all on Facebook. Just need it for the messenger talk with friends and relatives. Yeah, I might, like, post a picture of me, you know, making a tie knot or something. That's, like, a little bit of a sub-activity that I've been cultivating in my spare time. Is I've been really trying to learn how to tie various tie knots, the four in hand, although I've been using that for a long time, the Windsor, the Trinity, all of those kinds of knots, and a few other ones that are less common. I'll post stuff like that to Facebook because it's innocuous and there really shouldn't be any problem with tie pictures. But yeah, I keep that, like, otherwise keep it sanitized. Because I don't want my comments screened, for political propaganda that is unbecoming of a U.S. citizen, quote unquote, and that is probably about as much as I want to say about that at the moment. All right, I'm just gonna build the damn boat. I appreciate that, I do sorry. I do appreciate the professionalism there, Mr. Jason. There's always the whisper system. Although hardly anyone looks at that these days. I think I'm about one of a handful of people that that actually uses the Twitch whisper system, or even knows it's there. I'm almost quite sure I'm one of the only remaining people left that uses it. All right, what's going on with this? Oh no. Okay, do we have anything? Oh man. Didn't I have something saved under favorites? Maybe I got rid of it? Fine, I'll build a raft. Oh, you know what? Actually, now that I think on it, that's not really gonna work. I should have found the device that like struck Lake or whatever. Hold on, I'm gonna have to get real creative here. What do I do? Because I'm trying to figure out where the heck this bloody chasm is. It's not tied to, like, a quest, is it? I certainly hope not. Let me do a quick look, real quick for that. Because if it's tied to, like, a specific event or something, I don't want to waste our time chasing nothings. Okay. All right, so we need to go back here. Sorry, I don't like looking stuff like that up on a first time playthrough. I really don't. But I probably would have been here for upwards of an hour rather than just like 20 minutes. Embarrassing, I know. If I did not look into that. So we are looking for a campfire around here somewhere that'll have a Hylian nearby, and we'll be able to find the chasm entrance once we do that. Now, the chasm entrance, you do have to complete the phenomena in the area for it to be unlocked, so make of that what you will. Bear in mind, if you see this on the map, speaking of, I think it's about time I put up the command for that. If you guys want to follow along with everything we're doing, you could type in !TOTK MAP if you're on Twitch. If you're on YouTube, you could type in * or star TOTK MAP, and you'll get access to the object map that has been nicely curated for us by Mr. NK. I don't have any of the things, right? That is what I'm using to kind of help me find things like or help me mark the wells that we discover, as well as all of the Koroks, because there are 300 Korok puzzles that I guarantee you are rocks. Because there were 300 in the previous game that were rocks. I would have expected them to circulate that around, if and you know what I mean. All right, campfire. I wonder if it's not on, I wonder if the campfire's somewhere else, and we need to, like, we need to, like, find, or, yeah, I wonder if it's just somewhere else. I don't know where my mind was going with that. I'm pretty sure the fog brain is, absolutely wild today. Absolutely hog wild. Not sponsored by Cheerwine, by the way. I was really happy when my stepmother got a bottle of this nice fizzy cherry drink yesterday. Thought I would save it especially for stream today, because I already had coffee this morning, so I really don't want to have too much more coffee today. Cheerwine is my favorite beverage in the whole wide world. It wasn't always my favorite beverage. That was Sprite. It had been Sprite for a long time. But I would say for like the past 3 or 4 years now, it's as soon as I took my first sip of Cheerwine, I knew right then and there, oh, this is good stuff. I'm really a fan of cherry sodas and stuff. Cherry's not my favorite fruit or anything. That I believe that one would be lemon, but it is a nice piece of fruit. It really is. Cherry is not the most common fruit in the US. You kind of almost always buy it off season, or at least I almost always end up bumping into it off season. Ah, yes, rebuilding the bridge. Now that the blizzard has passed, I'd like to repair the bridge so that the supplies can arrive in the village. Sadly, we're not equipped for a major rebuilding project, but I've heard there are Hylians who are skilled in construction. Say you're a Hylian. Do you know anyone who could help? Mr. Jason says, okay, let's see. Yep, that whisper or reply I'm not going to read for sanctity reasons, and Mr. Jason then goes on to say, thank you, but no need to thank you for your professionalism. You're merely doing your job. Yes, Mr. Founder, I totally get that. Sounds like you need a good carpenter. I know, what about that guy at Lookout Landing? If he could build an incredible structure like that, I bet he'll have no problem fixing up your bridge. His name was, oh shoot, I don't remember, but it ended in son. Sorry to cough there. Fantastic. Yes, he sounds up to the task. However, I can't leave the village right now with my defense duties. We'll have to dispatch an emissary to Lookout Landing in my place. Oh, you're going to a concert Thursday, Mr. Klebus? Nice. It's an AC/DC concert. Awesome, awesome. I hope you enjoy that, good sir. Is it only AC/DC, or I presume there are other acts there as well? But who to send? Everyone's so busy. Hi, yes, I could literally talk to you two right here. I bet the carpenter at Lookout Landing will be able to restore this, bridge. His name was, well, there is the band that does the warming up. Yeah, the opening act. But it's only AC/DC mainly. I see. I mean, that's many hours of, AC/DC, putting on a show, right? I take it you're a huge fan of AC/DC? I'm not personally, but my sibling is, or has been for quite a hot minute. They have talked about AC/DC over the number of years. The full concert should be 2 hours and 14 minutes. Mr. Klebus goes on to say, not a huge fan, but why not go and listen to them?
What?
It's on the tip of my tongue. No, there's no use. All I can remember for sure is that it ends in sun. That's all right. The information you've given me is enough to go on. If I could, I'd drop everything, head to Lookout Landing, and bring that Hylian back here. But your defense duties come first. You have to stay here for now and ensure the village is safe. Then again, a broken bridge is hardly safe either. What to do? All right, maybe this might be the, maybe this might pertain to the Chasm quest. We'll see. As a Super Mario Maker 2 troll level creator, I would, if I developed this game, would make a Korok rock puzzle where it's just a massive pile of 100 rocks. Okay, now, Alnuma and company are not trolls. However, you know, a scatological joke was something that was included in this game in a very subtle way. That's about as much as I'm going to point that out for the remainder of the stream. Please, please, please do not give those devs any ideas about annoying puzzles. I do not. I could not handle that. 100, a massive 100 rock pileup, pass without a Zonai device or something along those lines. The opening act is the Pretty Reckless, Mr. Klebus says. Okay, where is... See, I saw Carson earlier. It's not like down here, is he? Don't worry, I do see a handful of quests. They will all be in good time, I promise. All in due time, everybody. Yeah, don't give them ideas. A 100 rock pileup would not be fun to try to sift through. I'm sure there'd be people who would be ultra handing or using whatever power is given to them in like the next game, or you know, blowing it all up with a bunch of bombs or something. I don't know about the Pretty Reckless. To open that specific chasm, I think you need to progress through the Master Koga side quest. That's like really weird then. That's like super weird. Hold on, let me pull that particular chasm back up. Because when I looked it up, it just said I needed to look for Hylian at a campfire. Sorry, I am reading this. Well, when you're right, Mr. Jason. All right. Well, I guess we just need to move on. Or all right. So if we have to do the Koga side quest, right? Then that means for me to even do the... For me to be even able to do the underground for Hebra, I need to actually go to a place that we're not supposed to go yet in order to do this. All right, let's get this over with. Let's get this over with. We're not gonna discover any light routes whatsoever. We're just gonna go. I hate doing things this way, but the game is gonna strong arm me into doing strong arm me into following the order it has set. But I need that chasm specifically for my own purposes. All right. So what can we use to like get us out of this like sordid mess? Hold on, I may need to actually go to the abandoned central mine here. Also, I guess we gotta turn in. This playthrough has been a right mess today, hasn't it? Late start. Late start. Me not being super aware that a chasm is tied to a quest line, which, how the heck am I supposed to know that? It's almost like the game just wants you to, you know, do something as soon as you see it. Like, it expects you to be deer in the headlights, which I think is pretty frustrating, but, you know, we roll. We roll. We'll get this all done and dusted. It's just gonna take us some time. Okay, I thought for sure there would have been like a Zonai control stick lying around. I guess that is presumably not the case. All right, so let's head over here then. Gotta get that start at some point. Don't know anything about the Pretty Reckless, but if it's anything like AC/DC though, I mean, usually when a concert is like scheduling an opening act, right? Or there's an opening band that's playing like a couple of tracks, usually the band isn't too dissimilar from what AC/DC has on offer. It's usually, it wouldn't be too dissimilar from what the band plays for itself. To open that, oh, right, I already read that. Oh, I believe that was on YouTube, actually. Hey there, Housequaker, welcome on in. Good to see you again. Hopefully you're doing well in both body and mind, and I hope you enjoy your stay. Gotta build the hover bike still? Yeah, I do gotta build it, but we're not gonna be able to build one until we have the, or the controller, the Zonai controller. Okay, so let me go ahead and fess up, because I do know where I can find one. The Picketer region. The Picketer region has a Zonai dispenser that specifically has this thing I'm looking for. I don't want to go there yet. I'm already kind of having to go outside of my specified parameters and you know, do quests I wasn't intending to do yet. It's just been very strange. I guess Tears of the Kingdom could not be more different from Breath of the Wild in this regard. I can't do, like, it seems like I'm having a hard time trying to do things the way I did them in Breath of the Wild, where I could kind of do one region at a time. Here it kind of feels like I'm being pushed and pulled in like 5 different directions, and I just kind of have to make sense of it. You know what I'm saying? Housequaker goes on to say, very tired but enjoying some in and out. Could be worse. Well, I apologize that for your tiredness. Truly. I hope you get to feeling less tired real soon, like as soon as is earthly humanly possible, because that sucks. It really does. I know what that feels like. In and Out, is that a takeout establishment by chance, or is In and Out referring to something, Housequaker, if and you don't mind my asking? Mr. Klebus has joined the organization. That's cool. That's cool. Yeah, I'll definitely put in a ticket either today or tomorrow. House Quicker says it's an iconic West Coast burger chain. Ah, lovely. Okay, well, at least we're doing something in like an hour. All right, let's take a break and let's go kill ourselves a Hinox, shall we? And it is a regular one too, which means we should be able to wipe the floor with it once we get close enough and can use our attacks here. All right, it's this right here. This shouldn't take too long. Yep, see, told you. No, not long at all. By the time we find regular Hinoxes, they're already a non-issue. I think maybe for most people, by the time they find one, the Hinox might be a fair issue, especially if people aren't fusing weapons or what have you. Like they are just relying on, you know, the stuff they find along the way to complete the game. But having to do as much grinding as I do for this game, I've honestly been told that I'm finding enemies that people would not have found at this point in the playthrough. You have a fun fact, Mr. Jason? Go right ahead. I am all ears. Just gonna be making that long, lonely trek through the darkness in this game. When you played the story, you walked your Link everywhere. You feel sorry for him? Why? I mean, walking him around like that is kind of how you're grinding for materials. You can't use a vehicle to do that for you. Insofar as I'm aware, anyway. You feel sorry for him? That is a lot of steps traveled. I walked him everywhere in Breath of the Wild. Alright, and then we're going to set this. We get the giant one. Neat thing about these sorts of devices is you can quite literally pick them up like an old bicycle or tricycle and just fix the problem. Yes, very much epic fail. Yes, very funny. Mr. Jason says, I know, but his feet must be killing him. Yeah, probably. I definitely wouldn't be surprised if that was happening. But, I'm sure his feet must have been killing him prior to, you know, the story in the first place. This is the man that would have to constantly run and dart around looking for Princess Zelda everywhere, right? Would make sense if he were like, oh, yeah, this is annoying, but I'll deal with it. Update? Sure. Yeah, I did see someone else, and Klebus have been issued direct tickets to the link to the a direct link to the ticket area. Yeah. I'll get on that soon. No worries. Game, please don't make me have to build a flying device. I just spent time making this thing, and I love this one. I don't like any of my flight devices yet. Not even the little makeshift hovercraft. Alright. Let's peer into the void. Come on. At least these vehicles can, you know, take a beating. At least they can take a beating, right? Man, if I treated a real car like this, oh, but the controller is gone. Yikes. All right, well, they can take a beating, but clearly they're not immune. Knowing Hyrule engineering, the Masters have probably made a vehicle for land that converts to a flying vehicle. Probably. Mr. Klebus says or ponders, wonder if they should stream today. Bit lazy. Fair. I mean, the idea, whenever I've felt, you know, not up to streaming right, and it's not like a simple, oh, am I just actually being lazy, or do I have things going on? I almost always just make the announcement. As long as you're, you know, communicating with your audience, do whatever works for you. It's just the algorithm may not be the kindest to you if you don't stream. That's all. You hear that off in the distance, my senators and inductees? That is an ad storm. In about 5 minutes, it'll blow over us, and then we can get right back to the gaming. Thanks. That is the cue for the second commercial break. Now, I said I wasn't going to shill, and I meant that. I do not feel I have earned that today, given my 40-minute, you know, lateness to the start of today's stream. But, you know, I will go ahead and re-explain the commercial break a little bit. We do take 3-minute breaks here at the top of every hour. All my ad breaks are scripted. If people are wondering what I'm doing, by the way, I am gonna staple a, I'm gonna staple a bright bloom seed to my shield so that we have portable light here. I hope that works. Now, if I didn't have to run the ad break, I wouldn't. But, and a lot of people, if you're smart, will get an ad blocker and literally use that. I recommend that. But for those that are, you know, powering through the ads because of me or whatever, you know, I really appreciate that. The ad revenue does help, even if it is pennies. But I've scripted the ad block, or I've scripted the ads and their timer in such a way that, you know, if I encourage people to take a break when I'm taking a break, so that we all kind of take the collective break together, right? And if we're all taking a break together, none of us are missing out on content, right? None of us are missing out on a stream because we're all away from our desks. That's just kind of how I like to do things. I'm going to make sure I'm the one that has the last laugh, given the way that Twitch has structured things. So there will be a timer on the screen in the upper left-hand corner. When that timer is gone, there is like a 3-second delay or desync with the timer today, but generally when the timer is over, I'm usually back at my desk. Issues notwithstanding. Mr. Klebus says, since when do Zelda games have cars? Since Tears of the Kingdom. Most of the time, though, you would be right to call out the technology being out of place. It's usually horse-drawn carriages. I do like the car, though. Mr. Jason says just 7 more clients and your organization will be celebrating 200. Nice, nice. Mr. Klebus has also goes on to say, you've never seen an ad on my stream? Fair. Ad blockers don't always work. You haven't played any Zelda franchise game in like 20 years? Fair, fair. Sorry, I'm definitely in talking mode and I need to be doing 2 things at once here. Where is it? Where is it? Where is it? I literally had this out here. I'm looking for this. Here it is. This is the exact one right here. And I think you can... Oh, okay, that doesn't work. Got it. Mr. Jason goes on to say, if Twitch just had those banner advertisements that appeared at the bottom of the stream like you sometimes get on YouTube, you would turn off the ad block. Right, I think that makes sense. You know, just have the ad experience be less intrusive. But, oh. Okay. We gotta make a boat, everybody. I guess that's the drawback of not having, that's the drawback of, not having a map to go by again, is we're kind of stuck with this. Okay. There's a lot of different kinds of things here. Interesting. I'll have to think about what kind of device I want to make here. It definitely can't have a controller on it. You're gonna buy the Switch 2 at some point. I'll have to read this when we're back from the commercial break. Sorry, guys, but see you after the break. Okay, sorry about that, folks. I am back. Let me catch up on, oh, holy heck, Batman, a lot of comments, a lot of statements. Let me go back and see. I'm gonna read things that aren't specifically replies to someone else. Planning on buying the Switch 2 at some point when they announce the 3D Mario. Yeah, I'm sure there's going to be like a Super Mario 3D Land Nintendo Switch 2 edition or something. Or maybe they'll release Bowser's Fury as like a separate game. And have the Nintendo Switch 2 version. There's going to be a lot of those. A lot of those kinds of games. Lots of discussion about 3D Mario stuff. You like the Galaxies style 3D Marios? Interesting. Mr. Klebus says, yeah, there are currently not many games on Switch 2, and it's gonna be hard. I don't think right. So without me getting into the rabbit hole again on legal policy again, I'm gonna do my best to refrain from that. How do I word this? I think they're gonna be a decent amount of games, right? Ultimately, I think they're gonna be a decent amount of those. Interesting. What's the point of putting a hot air balloon and then not giving me anything I can use to move forward? Game, are you trying to have me just use my own devices or something? It's weird. I guess I should treat these more like repositories, right? And in that case, it'll all start making more sense. Okay, so two batteries and another fan. And that'll be as much as I can get without spending ore on it. All right, we got the thing. Let's, oh, I guess before we do that, we're also going to put a nice giant bright bloom seed on this. And we're gonna start flying into the darkness. This is certainly a way of doing things, that's for sure. Wow, they were not joking when the game is not joking when it says this thing is power hungry. That's okay. This is part of why we've got the large charges or whatever. I don't think there's going to be a games issue because that stuff has to be pre-contracted out, right? I think there's going to be a sentiment issue. I think given the legal policy and given the general risk that people now have to take for a Switch 2 because they can come pre-bricked. It's rare. It's rare for them to be pre-bricked, but it can certainly be pre-bricked. I think there are going to be people that are not only A, holding out for more games, but B, they're going to be people that are like, until Nintendo like fine-tunes this so there aren't false positives or whatever, I am not going to I'm sorry. I am definitely having a like huge streamer brain today. I think we might have found what we. Yeah, this is pretty close to what we were looking for. All right. This ought to be it right here. But yeah, like the whole legal issues are going to be a pretty severe drawback unless you're in a country that has consumer protections like the European Union. Then you can rejoice and know that your Switch 2s are not going to arrive pre-bricked. Just, you know, don't... So the protections are there, right? But that doesn't mean a company can't, like, try to slyly maybe wriggle out of them. Just make sure to use official hardware on your Switch, and you'll probably be fine. No point getting them. Also, the revised model has an OLED screen. Things to think about when I get ready... If I ever get to buying a Switch 2. Fair enough, you had to have one on day one, says Mr. Jason. In Europe, due to regulations, they can't brick systems. Good. Yeah, I think I was just expounding on that. Europe's saving the day once again. Too true. Mr. Jason says, I don't know about the UK, but you're not going to do anything like that anyway. Yeah, like, obviously, if you're not doing anything that Nintendo considers faulty, the only way you can brick your Switch is by using, like, third-party hardware to charge your, you know, charge your Switch or, you know, get it repaired through means that Nintendo isn't offering. Just do what they tell you, and it'll be fine. It's when you can't do as you're told. It's when you have to go to a third-party repairman, or you have to buy an off-brand charging dock that's going to be a concern. One day you're going to wake up. You're going to boot up your Switch. All you did the day before was put it into the off-party dock, and the next thing you know, it's bricked. Because the voltage wasn't right. If it weren't tied, if they weren't testing for hardware manipulation, right? Because there are people that actually mod the hardware on these consoles. Because they're trying to clamp down on both software and hardware, it's a lot worse. Things like using off-brand accessories can trip the protections. And it shouldn't be like that. Software, fine. Because you kind of have to sign up to homebrew your console, right? But you shouldn't be fined for using off-party hardware with your Switch. Whether that be a cartridge or whatever. Only in the European Union, you think. EU likes to find tech companies, or it does find tech companies. Yeah, you have to. It's how you hold them accountable. Mr. Jason says, I'm fine with that anyway. Fair. I mean, again, yeah, if you're doing exactly what you're supposed to do, quote unquote, you should be fine. What is that? Emperor Palpatine is like, pray I don't change it further. Something along those lines. Pray they don't change the contract in such a way that it's untenable. For Nintendo accessories, if it doesn't say Nintendo, you ain't using it. Smart. Kleba says, I hope we see Steam on Switch 2 one day. LOL. Yeah, that'd be nice. That'd be real nice, but I certainly don't, I don't expect that. Mainly because Steam has its own console, the Steam Deck. So that's where you would expect to see it. Thanks for the EU. 3 cheers for the EU, everybody. Let's get out of hearing combat music, eh? What's going on? Why are we in combat? Exactly. Weird. Alright, whatever, game. Let's get on this bloody platform, then. Ah, that's where it came from. Okay, and because they're flight control devices, there's not anything we can do here. Alright. See, how do I want to deal with this, then? Yeah, maybe something like a Zonite shield and a spring here. That's 1. There's 2. Where did the other one go? Oh, well. Mr. Jason says, I once misplaced a charging cable for a device, so what did you do? I watched some unboxing videos on YouTube and hoped that you could see, like, the exact model number. Yeah, that's a way to, like, get around that, right? You know, be smart, work within company channels. I think that's a good idea. But there are a lot of people that either don't have the patience to see the exact model number, or there are folks that maybe have thrown away the original box, or the model number became faded somehow, or they put tape over it for a texture reason, or there are a litany of things, and some of them are like pretty outlandish, right? Like the whole putting tape over textures thing is not something a normal person would consider. I, being the oddest in the room, I could definitely see a person with sensory issues going, I don't like that texture on my thumb. I'm going to either put something in front of my thumb to cover it, or I'm going to like tape up that part of it. Right? There are a litany of reasons. It shouldn't have to be your average consumer who is just looking to get their Switch repaired, who's just plugging it into a wall with a different voltage outlet, it shouldn't be people like that are paying that price. Mr. Klebus goes on to say, if it wasn't for the EU, we wouldn't have the Epic Games store on iPhone or other alt stores. Yeah, good on them. Okay, we're gonna... I think if I just remove the wheel... Oh, I can't just remove the wheel. Let me guess. Yeah, okay, but maybe if I stick another fan on this, the game will let me use that. Right, so how is this pointing? Yeah, pointing like this. Alright, let's see if that works. And I can get really cute with it. Yeah. We got... Now I can pretty safely remove the... remove this. No, I don't want to do that. And mark that as a favorite. Now we have a flight device we can use whenever we want. It would help if the fans were blowing in the exact same direction, though. That's... wow. Huge fail on my part. guess we better bloody save that new device. Yeah, there we go. This should work. He says, while misunderstanding the basic principles of how flight devices work. Ugh. You need a trolley on the bottom or it isn't going anywhere. Yeah, I just realized that. Would a rocket work though? I wonder about that. I don't intend to add that to the device, but there is a rocket. I wonder if that'll get like, oh yeah, maybe something like that. Although honestly, why am I fiddling with this knowing full well there is our goal is like right there. Rockets usually solve all of life's problems, Kappa. I would like to think so. We're gonna save. Mr. Klebus goes on to say, there's been some push in the EU for other storefronts on consoles. Yeah, like make them more of a, make them like increase the number of options, but very kind of far away from that. Yeah, I suppose so. Rockets usually solve all life's problems. Crawling in the bottom where it's not going anywhere. Yeah. Silly me. I forgot that the wings need to be on tracks. And then Mr. Jason goes on to say, with the Giga bases in the depths, you went into all of them with the full Giga costume. If I had the full Giga costume, I'd equip it, but I don't. It's the right hand, right? So why isn't this working? Man, do I know how to get it? I know it's in caves. There are 3 caves that probably have the 3 pieces, just like how we found the Giga Clan helmet. It came from one of those spots. We just need to find the other 2 places. And that's I'm not itching to do that if it's going to take us into places we're not supposed to be or I don't want to be yet. This is kind of we're doing the thing the game wants us to do because it's in my way of doing what I actually want to do with the game. Otherwise, I wouldn't be doing this right now. But, let's see. Koga, my fine friend. Oh, man.
I can feel my wits evaporating in your mere presence.
You really aren't the sharpest tool in the shed, huh? Why isn't this working? You back there, take over for a while. Koga, I don't think you want that. Huh? It's you again.
Me not that kind of orc.
Yeah. Wow, Koga, nice. I'm glad that took you a grand total of 5 minutes to register. So, Link, you just had to follow me here, didn't you? I'm doing what you did, exactly, but it refuses to work. Do you have an old king's dead hand? If you don't have an old king's dead hand, you ain't opening that thing, good sir. Just, Koga, just...
Oh, give it a rest.
Give it a rest. Shh. Go back to your Dark Master. It'll all be over real soon. Exactly, but it refuses to work. You tricked me. I won't stand for this. All right, Banana Brain. Let's get this over with. You wasted some of my time, but no more. I'll battle you. I'll beat you. And I'll steal that power back from you. Prepare yourself. I should have built the vehicle. Yep. I'm really gonna regret that. Alright, Mr. Koga. Ooh, and it comes with, like, flame spitters on them? Cool. One is in the ancient, Akala Ancient Tech Lab. One's in a cave to the Great Hyrule, one is in a cave just west of the Great Hyrule Forest at the southern base of Mount Drena. If you've discovered Kiyoyu Shrine on the way to Rito Village, you could just teleport there and head straight east. And the last one is on the Great Plateau. I count 1, 2, 3, 4. Yeah, we got the one around the Great Plateau area. Yeah, and so it was on the surface. All right, we've got... Oh, that's not good. I need to make sure I'm paying attention. All right, Mr. Koga, let's get this over with. I really gotta lead that damn shot, don't I? Oh, Koga's a bumbling fool. He's pretty funny to fight, but man, he is a bumbling fool. Don't forget to use your mid-air aim ability to make aiming easier. Yeah, I'll make sure to do that. I just need to, is he firing rockets? I think that man's firing rockets. That's hilarious. I never thought I would see, you know, spaceships or, you know, flight craft in... Oh, yeah, that's not gonna work. That did not take long. All right. What I should actually probably do is use Ascend and get up to his level and then fly down. Like this. Let's try this again. How did that not work? Did he put something in front of the vehicle to make that, to block it? Okay, he did it this time. I guess I must have just not been, I guess I must have just aimed directly at the vehicle instead of at the, instead of at him. Wait. Okay, we have to do it 2 times. All right, Koga, you slimy ninja. Oh, right. Yep, not good. No, don't attach that. If at first you don't succeed, try again. That's exactly what you did. Yeah, this is like just the best way to quickly gain a lot of height. Also, I guess while I'm here, let's not get blown up by a rocket, shall we? Come on, Mr. Koga. Come over here. Oh, please don't tell me I have to take a picture of him again. Okay, we're good. Ugh, blech. This place has too much sand. You're only winning because it keeps getting in my eyes. Take some personal accountability, man. Just admit that I defeated you. So I'm gonna let you off easy again. Of course you are. That hunk of junk construct wasn't responding anyway. Change of plans. Operation Steal the Ancient Power is over. I quit. I thought that power might make things easier, but it's just icing. I'm after the cake. We've been collecting a mighty power source scattered all across this land. Crystallized charges. And we're going to use them to restore an unstoppable weapon for the man himself, the Magnificent One. Once we do, we'll grant his wish for the end of the world. So we don't need the power you stole. Our collection of crystallized charges is well underway, and the restoration of the final weapon is close at hand. What are you, Mr. Doofenshmirtz or whatever? We've already stripped all the resources here. If you want this empty shell, you can have it. I'm going to be swimming in crystals at the Eastern Abandoned Mine. Now away I fly. Oh, my goodness. Mr. Jason says I would love to battle Koga again and slap that fool with my Lionel weapons. I see the kappa, but I wonder how much of a kappa that really is. Greetings. Yes, Mr. Construct, it is safe for you to come out. Thank you for driving out the trespassers. I overheard your conversation. You spoke loudly enough that it was difficult not to. The Eastern Abandoned Mine that man spoke of is most likely the abandoned Lanayru Mine. It is extremely far from here. You will not find stone guideposts to it in this area. Mr. Klebus says, I'll be off for a short stream. Have a great remaining stream. Thank you so much for stopping by, Mr. Klebus. Have a successful stream, good sir. I hope whatever game you play goes well for you. And thank you so much again for keeping us company. Have a good rest of your day, my lovely senator. And I hope to see you again sooner rather than later. I suggest ascending to the surface first. You may be able to find a chasm leading there in the region to the east. There are 2 chasms in the region to the east that contain stone guideposts leading to the abandoned Lanayru Mine. I recall a chasm on land in the Lanayru wetlands. There's also one south of there in a mountain village. There's one other thing before you resume your journey. My associates over there manages schema stones. You may want to ask for one. You successfully drove Master Koga from the abandoned Gerudo mine and learned his true aim. He plans to restore a powerful weapon for the man himself. Pursue Koga to the abandoned Lanayru mine, a line of statues stretching from one of the chasms, either in the Lanayru wetlands or amidst the mountains south of there, will guide you to the mine. Yikes! So we have to go over God's green earth and can't even... What is this? If I had known that... This is frustrating on a number of levels, is what I'm going to say about that. Mr. Jason says, if I was Ganondorf, although as a Super Mario Maker 2 troll level creator, my power's far superior to Ganondorf anyway, I would be embarrassed to have such an idiot thinking they're working for me. Yeah. I mean, literally, you could just, peel the mask off, put banana in brain where the brain was, and keep the brain for yourself. That's what we're dealing with here. Just, I guess we might as well grab the stuff that's here, huh? Huge crystallized charge. Crystallized charges. Now we actually have 2 full batteries worth. I'm hungry. All this turnover has led to a supply shortage in the bases. Do you know how hard it is to find a banana? Bananas. Bananas. The depths are a complete wasteland. Nothing around here seems in the least bit edible.
You'd think that everyone would take that seriously and respect the ingredient in food stock, but no! That wretched new recruit ate a whole shipment of bananas the moment I took my eyes off of him. Of them. For now on, I'm keeping my own supply. Glory to Master Koga. Yeah. Did you complete the DLC in Breath of the Wild? I completed both DLCs, yes. 1 and 2. I am definitely interested in the fun fact if you have it. Authorizer verified. Welcome. This was once a busy refinery where a great deal of zonite was processed. I just had to process my drink there. Let's continue. My task here is to manage designs for mining equipment. Please hold one moment. I've confirmed that there's a schema stone that you do not yet have. Allow me to rectify that. Mr. Jason says if you drop a mighty banana in the fight against Monk Mazkasha, he will be distracted and eat it just like a Yiga. So, would it be fair to say that the Sheikah as like a whole, you know, Yiga clan, you know, subtype notwithstanding, have an affinity for bananas then? Ah, we have a hovercraft. We have like actual bona fide boat. I will also prepare the parts that require to test it via auto build. Yeah, but what are we gonna do with that? It looks like a slat with like it didn't look like it had any ability to move in the air. I am curious about one other thing. Do you know what auto build will do if you have insufficient parts? I know this one, but tell me anyway. Mr. Jason says, I think that the Yiga, especially their leadership, have eaten so many mighty bananas that their brains have turned to mush. And the brains are rumored to have... I'm sorry. Yes, brains have protein. It's literally made of it. The bananas, quite literally, are stated to have protein in them. That is why you get the IIC. I haven't seen that abbreviation before. You mind spelling that out for me? I think it'll make sense once I know what it is. I just don't know what it is. IIC. It's not like the... That's not like the motorcycle thing, is it? I don't think so. I guess we could say that they've eaten so many bananas that their brains turn to banana pudding.
Sure, Jan.
Yeah, that was a bad joke. That was quite the stretch. Mr. Jason says, sure, like the King of England is... Oh, you get the idiot-in-chief. Makes sense. King of England is the commander-in-chief in the army. Master Koga is the idiot-in-chief. Yeah. We have one of those here, too. His name shall not be mentioned for security and safety purposes. Autobuild will not be able to manufacture an object if any of its component parts are missing, but Zonite can help with this. You can supplement missing parts by using Zonite to mimic their form and properties. Keep in mind that they are temporary parts created by the Autobuild ability. You cannot use them for other purposes. They will vanish when you disassemble the creation they were intended for. I assure you that they are useful despite these limitations. I hope that you find your own purpose for them. Interesting. Okay, so before we do that, is there anything else in like the immediate area that I want to deal with? Maybe this steward as well. I didn't know we would have to do all this just to get to a simple chasm. Welcome, I'm a forge construct. I process zonite here into other materials. Yeah, we've heard this explanation before. It can be mined in great quantities and you're capable of processing the substance. Yep. Here, let me just show you what can be processed from zonite. You're willing to accept zonite in exchange for processed materials? A selection of processed materials is arrayed on the nearby shelves. See if any of them catch your interest. In the interest, now, at least now I have yet another place where we can gather. I can, like, turn in the mined zonite ore that I get. So, I'll be adding this to my swath of places that I can go. You know, once I get the light route discovered as well. Yeah, just... What a game. What a game. Alright, shoot. I think we're gonna need to do things this way. Let's go to the lookout tower. How many crystallized charges do I have? 633. I intend to turn them in. To max out the energy cell, you need 2100 crystallized charges. Oh, if you're asking for total investment, I couldn't tell you. Because I started out investing in them, you know, well, actually, no, I could probably calculate how many approximate charges have been spent, right? Because each segment is 100. Let me take a quick look. Let's see, 3, 6, 9, 12. You get 8 green batteries, and then you can expand to 8 blue batteries, you see? Yeah, would make sense. Technically, according to this, I've already invested 2,400, though that doesn't feel right. Oh, no, wait. I need to remember to take... You start with a full battery, I think. Yeah, so, like, I think exactly 2,100 has been invested, maybe a bit short. That number still personally feels off to me, but... That's about the best guess I have. I guess we're gonna find out, real quick what a blue battery looks like. Before you moved on from Tears of the Kingdom, you maxed out all 16 batteries. You did that grind. We're gonna do that grind too. Don't worry. That is part of the full completion 100% experience. Get producing. Yep. I've refined your crystallized charges into 6 energy wells. Nice. Ah, so they're blue. Abadi Abadai. I would enjoy further visits from you. Well, I would enjoy speaking with you again, Mr. Construct, but we got many chasms to try to find. Okay, so I'm gonna need to, like... So there are 2 spots for this, right? We were told one of them could be found... one of them could be found in the Lanayru wetlands. The other one could be found in a mountain village, I think was how the log put it. Amidst the mountains south of there. Okay, so let me find the Lanayru region here. Or I guess it would be... That's the Bargainer statue, so no. Lanayru is the cold ice mountain. Yes, it is the mountain. I remember in Breath of the Wild, we had to defeat a malice-corrupted Nadra. So I know about whereabouts that is. It's just... I should be looking for... I need to be looking for... Hold on, let me go back to the depths here. I need to be looking for this symbol on the map. Oh, I guess these would be like the Great Abandoned Mine, right? So if I look over there, yeah, there's the Abandoned Gerudo Mine. So I guess I'm looking for the Abandoned Lanayru Mine. Yeah, okay. So if I go back... So the chasm under Zora's domain, that's not gonna work. Yeah, there's that one. Sorry, I'm really trying to like poke my way around. You do believe Lanayru Mountain itself has a chasm? Okay. Yep. All right, I know what I'm looking for. I need to like find it somewhere, probably over here. This is going to be tough without having a navigational map to run by. You could be misremembering. No, I'm looking at the object map. I know what you're saying is correct. I just need to find it in relation to a body of water. Maybe somewhere over here. Yeah, somewhere over there. Now, next thing I'm going to test is the hovercraft. Okay, yeah, that feels like a water device. That you don't put that on dry land. You won't go anywhere. And I think to get us started, we're going to go over to the Nachoya Shrine, because that actually has a track on it. That's got a track on it. So we could use that to build the device that I'm thinking of. If I had known that this is what we were going to be doing, ladies, gents, and non-binary people, I would have made a different thumbnail. I would not have used the one for the Rito Chasm. I would have slapped Koga's face on it. I feel like I have misled people a really profound degree, and I'm quite sorry about that. There's the fan plane. Okay, so we want a headlight, a light, and one more fan. No, we want two other fans. We want two other fans. Like that. It just means you're a streamer, you plan for something and then something else happens and you adapt, just like with technical issues. Yeah, that's fair. That's fair. I appreciate the latitude on that, Mr. Jason. The bad feeling will pass. And I suppose that's like the drawback to doing a first time Let's Play like this, where I've got, I have an intended structure in mind, right? Oh. Alright. Oh, I just built the thing, which is why it didn't require any zonite. Yep. That happened. Let's try that again. Game, what are you doing? Why did you pull from that pile way over there? That's weird. Don't do that. Okay, I believe we got it. We just now need to actually build it. Oh, it's still built with the fan on backwards. Nope, stop. It's still built. How? I saved this. That's okay. When we get the control, like the actual controller, I will be sure to rebuild these devices correctly. Mr. Jason says in Pokemon Go, you just completed a Mystic Hero quest, and it's giving me a Sinnoh Stone, and I'm like, game, I already have 32 of them. Why do I need more? Right? Okay, we got the track. Let's do this. And we have it marked as well, so... you know what? This has made my day, ladies and gentlemen. You're about to see a gaunt white man get really happy about flying in the sky. Like, seriously. Although you did get a special Lapras. So in the end, was the Sinnoh Stone worth it? I love this. This is way better than paragliding. And paragliding was already my, like, favorite activity ever. So doing this is like... I feel like a child all over again. I can even take my hand off the controller. Look, see, no hands. I mean, I'm not going to, because I probably need to steer it, but... It's nice that I can do this. Oh, it's the wing... What? Whoa, hold on. What the heck? Okay, I guess the wings are not permanent? Ugh. Grody. I was feeling so happy about that, too. And then the wings were temporary. The game took a massive, giant dump on everything I just did. This is not going to end well, is it? Let's just go as far as we can for the time being. A quick Google search says at the time of writing, a Mystic Hero quest is the only way to earn a Blanche-themed accessory Lapis in Pokemon Go. So, yeah, a special Lapras. Yeah, so, yeah, very, very much worth it then. That's cool. Yeah, it's Pokemon Go. Oh, I forget it's Pokemon Go. I'm sorry, I literally had to take a second and register that we weren't talking about Pokemon Let's Go or some other crazy game. We're talking about the mobile game, right? Just so I'm in the right headspace on this. Ooh, we're close. Yeah, I mean, still, hopefully it was all worth it, but... I kind of liken it to World of Warcraft, where you get the seasonal mount, right? There's always like a seasonal special mount from like an once in a lifetime or once a season outdoor event, or you know, like the Christmas or Old Hallows Eve event. There's almost always There's almost always a, or I should say there was almost always like an exclusive mount or like a reskinned mount for that kind of game. Earth is... things to deal with later, Coin, not now. You got to gym number 7 in the Pokemon Let's Go games, and you were honestly like, yeah, I'm not fond of having to catch Pokemon for XP, so you didn't play further. Fair. The only Pokemon games that I have not completed are as follows. Ooh, we get a list. Pokemon Let's Go Pikachu, Eevee, and Eevee, so both of them. And then Pokemon Brilliant Diamond and Shining Pearl. Would Brilliant Diamond and Shining Pearl be an opportunity cost thing? Or, same deal as before where catching Pokemon is like the way to get experience. And if I'm recalling Diamond and Pearl correctly, I believe these also have like the Pokemon contests in them, right? I think they were the last known game to have the contests. Pokemon Brilliant Diamond and Shining Pearl were terrible. And that's putting it lightly. I see. Yeah. In what way? I watched a YouTuber named Alexandri, do a Let's Play of it. He seemed to be enjoying it fine enough, but I guess if you're a relative casual at the Pokemon games, a simple, easy game is usually at the very least a stress-free experience. You hear that off in the distance, my senators and inductees? That is an ad storm. In about 5 minutes, it'll blow over us, and then we can get right back to the gaming. Thanks. You know what time it is, everybody. It is time for that is the 5-minute warning for the commercial break. Same deal as all the other commercial breaks. Yeah, there'll be a timer on the screen. I'll be away from my desk during that period, so I recommend everybody else kind of does the same thing. Take a break, grab a snack, what have you. And before you know it, we'll be back. But I encourage everybody to take a break with me at the same time. Because FOMO is a predatory, exploitative market practice. But more than that, everything is structured on the stream in such a way that, I don't incentivize people, okay? I don't incentivize people, throwing money at me unless they want to. I don't like that Twitch says, oh, we're going to make this experience just bad enough so that you have to buy Twitch Turbo or, spend $6. I don't like that. But if I want people to sub here because they like me and they like what I do, and not because Twitch made the experience a hellscape and you have to sub just to try to just to make it tolerable. I think that's bad. Thank you so much for the YouTube subscription. Much appreciated. Like with the Twitch subscription or Twitch follows, I do keep that anonymous. Okay, and I don't see anything in the chat there. Yeah, I do keep those anonymous, so it's not that, I don't acknowledge YouTube subscriptions. It's that they're invisible and all of my alerts have either been turned off or they don't really work with YouTube anyway for some strange reason. So yay for streamer bot issues that I have to clean up later. But I do appreciate the subscription. Mr. Jason says they are Sinnoh, but the worst version of Sinnoh. They had Pokemon Platinum and decided to just do the Diamond and Pearl games. Yeah, okay. That's right. Without any of the Pokemon Platinum quality of life improvements. Yeah, and You know, I bet I know the salt in the wound, right? You said you said your favorite Pokemon was Giratina, right? And I'm pretty sure Pokemon Platinum's mascot Pokemon is Giratina. So I bet that was like a real kick in the nads for you. Probably did not feel good. And while you're on intermission, look on Google for Ekans walk animation. It's terrible. I'll look on YouTube for that, sure. Let's dive into this chasm so that we can get to doing. BDSP Ekans walking. It's bad. I'm sure I will agree with you once it's all said and done. Gonna put in some lights down there at the bottom. Wow, that is a long distance toward the bottom. Oh my god, what? That is a super long distance toward the bottom. It's like you're just pulling it around on a cart. It doesn't move at all. That sounds hilarious. Was it at least funny, or was it like just pitiful? Absolutely pitiful. That sounds like pure cinema to watch. Anyway, I will look at that while we are on break. See you guys after the break. My apologies about that, folks. We are back. I did look at the Diamond and Pearl Ekans animation, quote unquote. They didn't put one in. They just used the default one and slapped it onto the Ekans. They didn't like actually put anything in for the model. It's hilarious. It's like you're walking it on a leash or pulling it around on like a little red wagon or whatever. Yeah, it's hilarious. I almost spat out a drink, actually. It was that hilarious. But as hilarious as it is, I could definitely see why people wouldn't like it. Also, it seems like a thing that is barely talked about, you know? It really does sort of seem like the thing that should be talked about more than it really is. Now, let me find the abandoned Lanayru mine. Okay, so if I go over here, right? We're here at the Lanayru Chasm. And there, I believe there's like a light route above us, I want to say. This is definitely where my, clap-trap contraption of, or I should say ramshackle contraption of, our little hover pad here is going to come in handy. Yeah, okay, so there's the reference. No, that is not the reference route I'm looking for. There's the reference route I'm looking for. Okay. So now that I have my reference route, I know that up north, directly up north, is going to be where this mine is. And that's where we're going to find... That's where we're going to find Koga. Yeah, that animation, I'm sure Ekans isn't the only one. Like Arbok probably has an animation that's that bad. And it's gone. Yeah, I shouldn't have done that. That was my bad. Or maybe any other snake creature for that matter in Pokemon. Although, with all honesty, going to Pokemon for a second, and I know we were just talking about, Nintendo Switch 2 bricking not that long ago, but can I just say that I really think all this mess started when... Well, I'm gonna say Pal World, like when Pal World was a thing, and Pal World flew a little too close to Nintendo's orbit, and they basically went crazy. But I know that there was a relatively new, I know there's been a relatively new CEO, or like an exec on like Nintendo's like board of directors or whatever that's been making the rounds. Okay. Am I like crazy? Or what? Because that's where this is supposed to be, right? I'm in the little chasm. If I go to the surface... Oh... That's why. Of course. Of bloody course. I went here. I need to go north. That's where that is. Okay, yeah, I'm a freaking idiot. Yeah, here it is right here. Let's put the actual pin there. And let's get to work, shall we? I was misreading that map something fierce. I am so sorry about that. Yeah, just definitely Pal World did a little bit too much. But I guess even then, you know, this doesn't justify Nintendo's backslides into, like, doing these other things, right? This is why I made sure I pointed out that the board of directors has, like, a new... I think a relatively new person entered the picture, to say nothing on Doug Bowser, right? That's specifically Nintendo of America, but I know Japanese headquarters has a relatively recent addition that has really been pushing to make these sorts of changes to the way Nintendo does business, and I'm not a fan of it. It checks out, given that Japan is, for the most part, fiscally conservative. It might have some liberal values, but if you really think about like the old guard Japanese people, politicians, heck, even one of the composers for Dragon Quest, really long time chap, basically thought Amaterasu, the sun goddess, was like an example of women being free. In Japan, it's really awful stuff. Like super unhinged stuff. Really, I feel like I'm really kind of flying blind. Like I don't have... Maybe I need to like move around. I'm trying to do this without getting a light route. That might be entirely too difficult. Nothing to do but build another device, right? Hold on, let's get 4 fans. 1, 2, 3, 4, and 2 batteries, and that should cheapen the Zonai cost a little bit. Wait, not yet. Not yet, coin. Maybe somewhere out over there. Man, it seems like it just seems like everybody in America and maybe even some other parts of the world have just lost... What the heck? Why are the dragons here in, like, the underworld? Why is that a thing? Okay, let's use a large zonite charge. Oh, right, I'm facing the wrong way. Let's not do that. For now, let's... Nice. At least we still have the device fully intact. Okay. I think I'm heading this way, and we need to head... Let's follow the Nehru for a while. Okay. So I found... We're kind of rounding the corner here. We need to go this way. Sorry if I'm not super chatty. I'm really trying to focus on getting this all done. I'm trying to like map my way around in complete darkness. I don't think it's gonna work. I think I'm gonna have to just get light roots and accept that Tears of the Kingdom should not be piloted the same way that Breath of the Wild is. I think I'm gonna have to make this easier on myself and use the light roots. I'm gonna try for a little while, though. It feels like I'm making progress. Let's see. Let me take a look at my map here. Yeah, okay. We are making some progress. You just need to be patient. Just keep flying, as it were. All right. Is there anything else I could talk about? Not particularly. You know, it's nice that I even have a device like this on standby at all things considered. No! That device is gone. I'm almost 100% sure. Oh, it's not gone. It's still intact. All right, let me figure out where... So that's the Lanayru Canyon mine. I'm looking for the abandoned Rito mine. I need to actually use the search function on my map. 1 second. Okay, I couldn't exactly find it using a search function, so I'm gonna have to like... I'm gonna have to like keep looking around to try to find this. Right? That's where we are. Rito Canyon Mine. Okay, I had it wrong. Okay. Okay, so it looks like I need to head north and slightly east to make this work. And the fact that everything is intact is really quite nice. I just need a relatively flat surface and we can get off the ground. And I need to not be steering into anything, anything like a corner. There we go. That's a bit better. All right. North and to the west. Well, or north and to the east will get us what we're looking for. That took us entirely too long to get figured out straight. I believe I have found our good friend, the statue. So we just skip the light route, and eventually we will... I don't know. Let's also make a save. I hate the fact that I had to do this at all. Oh, well. Make sure. Let me just... Let me close out the search. There. We have this for other purposes. All right, Koga. Your time's up. What am I doing wrong? You're not me. Maybe my angle's off? No, that's still not working. Whoa, how long have you been there? Have you been there? Why, you little... Tried to catch me off guard, did you? You... cowardly sneak. Look who's talking, banana breath. Like I said before, my plan has changed. But we already mined up everything there is to mine around here. So what you saw was just, you know... I was killing time. You liar. You're such a monkey-brained idiot. And by monkey, I mean the animal, not black people. I want to make it very clear that... So yeah, you get it. Anyway, I can't believe you followed me to another mine, persistent little pest. In honor of our long-awaited reunion, I graciously allowed you to fight me one-on-one before. But right now, you're the last thing on my mind, because the end is nigh. I got things to do, so let's make this real quick. Yiga Clan, attack! No. Yiga Clan, do not attack. Do not, in fact, pass go. Do not collect 200. It wants us to use the hoverboat, does it? Let's go. You guys want to circle the drain? Let's freaking do it. Yeah, so now they've changed it up. Yeah, it's probably not happening. Gonna have to do that again. I was too far away. I need to get closer. Yeah, go ahead. Put up your flimsy little shield. I just have to use bomb arrows here. Okay, Yiga Clan, you don't need to do all this. The steering stick got wet, so my hand slipped. No matter. Once again, you're too late. I've already dug up all the crystallized charges this place had to offer, and there's more. I just got word from my underlings that they've located the man himself. They found the Demon King. Well, we know who he is now. Just one more step. One teeny little step until the Yiga clan's long-standing desire comes to fruition. We have more than enough crystallized charges now. And there's only one more abandoned mine to ransack. Hear me now, Link. It's time to start the final excavation. The northwestern abandoned mine awaits. That's where I'll use those charges to activate our ultimate weapon, offer it to the Demon King, and bring the world to its end. What?
Did you not realize I was merely being polite? Oh, you provincials never cease to amaze.
Our next encounter will be our last. You'll get yours, just you wait. Oh, will I now? I don't know about that one, Chief. I think we're not gonna get anything. I think you're going to get something. Thank you for eliminating the intruders. I was listening closely to the goings-on. The northwestern abandoned mine that man is headed for is likely the abandoned Hebra mine, yup, but there are a few chasms in Hebra by which to reach it. The path stretching from Hyrule Ridge that was previously used is no longer a viable route. Though I recall there being a chasm somewhere that connects directly to the abandoned mine. There is one other thing before you resume your journey. Ah, yes, the Schema Stone, right? You encountered Master Koga a third time and chased him from the abandoned Lanayru mine. As he fled, he told you that he knows where the Demon King is and plans to activate the ultimate weapon. The Demon King may have a clue to Zelda's whereabouts, so go catch Koga at the abandoned Hebra mine. There may be a chasm that leads you straight to it. See, I was under the impression that we weren't gonna have to worry about this, right? You know, we could just kind of explore these things at our leisure. I didn't know that, you know, Hebra was so intrinsically tied with all this. I figured the mines would be a little bit more centralized or tied to areas that we weren't going to yet. Have our character profiles changed? No, not at all. All right, so we have all this. Let's go read the journal. The only known way to enter the depths is through chasms. After the upheaval, many chasms appeared across Hyrule. When navigating the depths proves too treacherous, try leaving and returning through a different chasm. To fully conquer the depths, we must find every entrance. Unfortunately, locating chasms is not always straightforward. It is rumored, for instance, that a chasm has somehow opened inside a cave. Surely this is not the only concealed entrance. There may even be holes that do not seem to be chasms at first glance, but take heart. The gloom that leaks from these pits acts as a beacon, and most can be seen from above. Glory to Master Koga. Alright, let's find our friends, the constructs, and unlock their dormant and absolutely latent ability to accentuate our you know, overland, over water, and over air travel. This ought to be the one for Schema Stones. Welcome. Yeah, yep. All the stuff here is the same. Da 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 da. All right. What blueprint did we get? What blueprint did we get? The bolt boat. Oh, is this one? Does this one take an electric battery? Interesting. Yeah, so this here is like... Yeah, this one here is the same that we bumped into in some of the puzzles in Hebra. We have this bolt boat. Oh, wait, though. Oh, but this is really just... This really is just... This thing, it can, like, shock things. It's not an electricity-powered device or, like, a electric battery-powered device. It is a thing that happens to have, like, a charged tip on it. I'm a forge construct. Go on. Please wait one moment. Yeah, we've already heard these guys talk before. Neat. Many things to do, and definitely not enough time to do them all. Yeah, so here it is. Oh, right, that's just gonna point me over there. All right, so let's go find the rope bridge. And I believe that's just going to point us to... Yeah, it's going to point us to these two. So we need to go find Carson. Let's go find Carson. Well, I'll have to manually run the ad break here, or the upcoming ad break in 27 minutes. Because we're going at least half an hour over the normal end time for the stream, but I do want to thank you guys for putting up with my failings today. I did not intend to start late. I ended up being on the porcelain pot and having to do a whole other bit of nonsense. Where is Carson? We gotta find him. I'm sure he's around here somewhere. Hudson, can I go back to Terrytown soon? Oh yeah, it's 4 in the morning. We should rest until morning. No, I rested until morning. I need to rest until noon. My goodness. Until noon, please. This is I come right here. It's free to rest. It's free to rest, and this is what I do to farm Zonite. I come back here, rest for free, and then, you know, once I've got the Zonite, or I should say I farm up the Zonite, right? Then, you know, when I exchange them, I come there and I just begin resting, going back to the vendors, repeating, resting, going back to the vendors, repeating, you know, ad nauseum until it's all done and dusted, till it's all over. Oh, is that? I think that's you right there, Mr. Carson. Link, hello there. Ruins plopped down out of the sky, and now things are like this. But what's most important is that nobody got hurt. Good man. Thankfully, we built Lookout Landing to last, and it lasted even through all of this. If the ruins were starting to fall apart, somebody could really get hurt, though, so I'd like to start mopping this all up. But I think they're important to the survey team, in which case I'll ask them first what they'd like to have happen. Alright, work at Lookout Landing is nearly wrapped up, which also means I'm out of work. You wouldn't know anybody who needs a carpenter, would you? The Rito have a bridge that needs rebuilding. They need someone to rebuild their bridge? Huh, sounds easy enough. I heard it fell apart when that blizzard struck Rito Village. But if they're looking to have it fixed, that strange weather must have died down, eh? Well then, no time to gab. I'll have that bridge looking good as new. Looking good as new in less than no time. Son and done. The skilled carpenter at Lookout Landing was Carson. You explained the situation to him, and he enthusiastically agreed to help and hurried off to the job site. Time to report to Wanel and Gisane. Mr. Jason says, have you played The Legend of Zelda Echoes of Wisdom? I have not. I have seen some gameplay of it. It's a fine enough game. I don't know if I quite call it my cup of tea, but I at least know of its existence. Also, I have quite a few YouTube members and Twitch members that talk about Echoes of Wisdom a lot. Why ask, Mr. Jason, if and you don't mind my question there? It seems like a decent game. I don't know. I'm not sure what it is that makes me feel not particularly quite as drawn to it as some of the others. I don't think it's a Zelda issue. I don't think it's because she's actually the protag of her own story. It has nothing to do with that. I think there's like something... I'd have to really sit down and examine my feelings on the matter and do more of my own homework. on the subject. Really pinpoint why I'm not drawn to it. I'm sorry, Carson. I wish we had more building supplies for you to use. Sonny, this is my fault, not yours. I was too rosy with my estimates. Ah, Link, it's about the bridge job. You've hit a bit of a snag, wooden bridge. Snag. No, that one was too much even for me.
Oh, give it a rest.
See, the thing's in worse shape than I accounted for. Carson here estimates that we're short 20 pieces of wood. Is that right? Yep, we may be able to get what we need by chopping down trees, but that'll be a whole project in itself. Here you go. Take lumber. Take it off me. It's wood. 20 pieces of it. Must have been a real pain in the neck collecting that on your own. You sure I can have it? You're welcome. Aces. Thanks much. All right, that's all the materials. Come on, Gisane. Time to fix this busted bridge of yours. I'm gonna let's point this down a little farther to the left. Not that far. It's falling down the cliff. Whew, good catch. Those wings sure come in handy, eh? Or wingy. Carson? Really?
Me not that kind of orc.
Sure, Jan.
That's just bad. That's just really bad. What the heck? Hey, don't set your tail down there. It's a support beam, not a perch. And now for the finishing touch. Here goes. Yeah, a lot of this is dialogue we've seen before. Absolutely not. I could never be so. The bridge, it's finished. Amazing, fantastic. Now we can carry supplies across. I gotta say, I was a little worried about how it'd turn out, but what a beaut. You could hit this bridge with 10 blizzards at once and it wouldn't so much as creak. Carson, don't. Carson, just don't. With that done, life in Rito Village should return to something like normal. I will take responsibility for guarding the bridge. Please accept this gift. I had that money set aside for repairing the bridge, but I hope you'll get some use out of it. And with that, I'm off to Lookout Landing. Gisane, if you ever need my help, just say the word and I'll come running. No problems too small. Thank you, that's very reassuring. And the same goes for you. You have an open invitation to call upon our help. A bridge connecting Highlands and the Rito, literally and otherwise. This is going to make a great article. You handed the wood over to Carson and he repaired the broken bridge. Wanel and Gisane were relieved and returned to their posts. Hey, you fixed the bridge. Know what that means? Tracy's always got lots of tasks for me, so I better quickly finish with the supplies and get back to work. I don't even want to think about all the documents I'll have to organize when I return to the library. Yeah, I have not played Echoes of Wisdom. And as much as I would love to even put that on the list for, like, games to play, your boy is broke, and in addition to being broke, the US had a... Let's call this an event that I think will serve as a galvanizing catalyst for dark things to come later. And I may need whatever cash I have on hand to make an attempt at being anywhere else. That's about as much as I want to say. Well, as much as the full Troll Castle challenge in your Discord, which is the entire series at 95 Super Mario Maker 2 levels, you also occasionally offer challenge ranks in your Discord for things that I feel will, if you're being honest, provide me entertainment. Well, the streamer is getting frustrated. Yeah, trolling in a non-Mario Maker capacity, right? That makes sense. The Hyrule Ranch short course in that game was really annoying to get under 17 seconds, and then I, after hours of getting angry myself, got 16 seconds, 16.29 seconds, and then made 4 ranks depending on if people got 22.99. Based on your own attempts, right? yeah. 16.99, 16.50, or 16 and a half, and 16.30. I see. That makes a lot of sense. And I presume it took more than like 5 attempts to do, yeah? Like, those were just the common times you seemed to end up getting. Would that be accurate? Okay, we're gonna try this again. Now that we have done all this work, I'm gonna hope to God that we do not have additional setbacks today. If we do have additional setbacks, I'm gonna be hella mad. I'm gonna be really mad. Hopping mad, even. Maybe even, dare I say, dancing mad? Okay, maybe don't make a Kefka reference. Let's not do that. So now, this particular little hole is right there. And it's gonna be due south. Okay, what gives? I've done the phenomena. I've done the phenomena. I know the bare minimum to unlock it. We've done the quest. We've gotten Koga up to the point where I should... here it is. Okay, I just had to look around a little bit. Cool. Well, if it isn't Link. I haven't seen you since we met at the Hyrule Field Chasm. Mr. Jason says those are the Hyrule Flag Race, normal rank, the flag race. Oh, the different ranks. Pro rank, master rank, and the champion master rank, respectively. It was, as I said, hard enough to just get 16.99 sometimes. Makes sense. Gotta take really tight corners. That makes me want to restart the Alessandri Let's Play of that game. I'm pretty sure that would have been something he did as well. And it should be a completed game by now for him. So I should just be able to plop it on YouTube and take a nice long look at it. Because again, Sorry, I bit my tongue just there. If people were wondering what the heck kind of noise that was. In short, you just love putting people through BS. Hey, that's fair. It's all part of the trolling experience, right? As long as the troll isn't mean-spirited, like trolling in a video game, yeah, as long as the troll isn't mean-spirited, it's fine. It's when trolling takes on a different nature that I get upset, and I tend to have very little tolerance for people who troll on a social level, and I don't mean, oh, hurt dirt, I said the line, I said the thing that made people upset, I talked about men on Twitter, or I talked about men's mental health on Twitter, or I talked about, you know, culture war stuff on Twitter or Blue Sky or wherever. I'm talking like harassment, like not only saying things to get a rise out of someone, but explicitly by calling names, going through ad hominem attacks. Like, I hope at some point what I'm saying leaves the realm of trolling and enters the realm of harassment, or even like an outright crime. But that's where my brow becomes furrowed and my tolerance becomes 0. I deal with that enough in real life. I don't want to have to deal with that in person. Also, I hope everyone likes the new look today. I opted to wear facial hair as opposed to a beard. These are mutton chops. These are the friendly version. It's a bit hard to see, so I'll just flick on the recording real quick. But I'm not expecting compliments or anything. But I hope at least I'm avoiding insults. You know. Not that my audience isn't the most well-behaved little darlings imaginable. You guys are legitimately usually well-behaved. I don't have to worry about insults. I usually get that from random people who've never been here before, and even then, that it's pretty rare. Joshua asked me to search the area around Rito village for a chasm, and lo and behold, I found one. See, it's directly below us. Did I just not look there before? Could I have gone here this entire time? Or did that only show up now that I've talked to Ponic? Maybe I just never looked here, and in which case this whole episode was not necessary. I would genuinely like to be a mod of yours one day. I didn't really bring it up before because we had just met that day. That's fair. I am on the market for a moderator. I do have one, that being my own flesh and blood, my own sibling, but they're usually not here. Their life is busy. They've got a lot of things to do. I don't blame them, but having a moderator to maybe help me keep some of the more nefarious things in check would be nice. But you'd be honored, and you've pretty much been here. I have to think on it, but maybe give me a couple of days and I'll get back to you with a decision. Sorry, this conversation is getting a little bit awkward. Yeah, I need a couple of days to think about that. Like, appointing someone a moderator is a pretty big deal. I've actually have never appointed someone a moderator before outside of my own sibling, and that was mostly a private discussion, like an IRL discussion, right? This is different. This is a person who is across the ocean from yours truly, and I've only had a few days to know you. I'm honored to know you, of course, but I need time to think about it. But I think given what we've talked about and our similar proclivity for rules, I don't think we would have like an administrative disagreement or anything. It's just I want to make sure I can commit or that I'm ready to commit to that decision. You know, it's a big deal. Fair enough. We can discuss that in detail over time. Would you like to know something? Sure. And while I'm waiting for that reply, I plan to return and report my findings to Joshua after I rest a short while longer. If you plan on entering the chasm, I urge you to do so with caution. Okay. Un momento, per favore. I just heard a scratch at my door. I will be right back. Where do you want to be, Midnight? Where do you want to be? Oh boy. Midnight, stop. All right. Oh, that was about to be a disaster and a half. You're okay, baby girl. I just didn't want your leg getting caught up in my microphone. Poor baby. Okay. All right. Good girl. Yeah, my black lab is in my office again. Something's got her spooked, and I don't know what it is. Not storming outside as far as I can tell. Midnight, sit down. Good girl. Pretty girl. Sorry. This is what like the next couple of minutes of the stream is going to be. While I go figure out what my lovely black lab wants, I'm going to go ahead and manually the advertising alert. You hear that off in the distance, my senators and inductees? That is an ad storm. In about 5 minutes, it'll blow over us, and then we can get right back to the gaming. Thanks. All right, I definitely was talking with a muted mic, but that's fine. That was like overhead stuff anyway. You guys know the spiel by now. We take advertising breaks around here. They're typically around 3 minutes long. There's usually a timer on the screen and all that jazz. And once the timer is up, we'll be right back to streaming. We'll be right back to the gameplay. I take a break. I step away from my desk during this time, so I definitely recommend that you guys do the same. I definitely recommend that you guys do the same. It's our way of like beating Twitch's expectations together. For you guys on YouTube, I'm sorry that things are like this. I completely blanked on where I was gonna go with that. Oh, right. Like I was going to say, I'm sorry that things are like this. I wish Twitch didn't have such a political or such a chaotic adscape, but it is what it is. Yes, Midnight, come here. Midnight, sit down. Midnight, sit down. I'll take you outside in like 3 minutes, okay? Mr. Jason says, as part of the TCC's verified streamer process, we ask for 2 things. We need someone to refer you to become a verified streamer. That can be one who already has the status, or, of course, the founder themselves. Yeah. And as payment for the verified streamer status and your assistance, we typically ask that I become a moderator anyway. So it's transactional. Understood. So with 50 verified streamers, that means 50 people have made that same decision with me. So it's all on the policies page. So you have the referral. I will be reading that over in depth when I get ready to apply for that ticket. Which again should be today or tomorrow. You know, I'm gonna file it outside of operating hours anyway. I've dirtled on it for entirely too long as is, for one reason or another. So I'm just gonna get it done, and I pray to God that I'm awake when the ticket becomes due. Transactional, yes. Yeah, I don't mean like financial. I merely mean do this for that. Yeah, exactly. You get my meaning too. Okay, I'm gonna wait right here while it strikes 5. As soon as it strikes 5 p.m. Eastern Standard Time, I'm going to go ahead and manually trigger the ad break. I hope everyone's enjoyed the gameplay today. Really and truly. My commentary's been lackluster, but I do it, or not lackluster, but a bit below average. But I hope at least the gameplay was good today. My black lab is practically looking at me and begging for me to do something, so it's time for that all-important commercial break. And with that, I will see you guys after said ad break. Thank you. Sorry about that, everybody. It took a hot minute to get the dog to calm down. And, by it took a hot minute, I mean, by the time I got them calm, my folks came home. So they were more than capable of they were more than capable of taking them off my hands. Excuse me. Let's see. Mr. Jason says, and I do feel it is more than a fair exchange. I think it's a fair exchange. The verified streamer gains a moderator who's trusted by 50 other people. You also mod for most of your staff, including both the CEOs and the director. Yeah. And is knowledgeable with Nightbot and Stream Elements, and before 8:59 p.m. TCC time, active and engaging in the chat where you could be present, and you could promote your streams in our channel promotions board area. I do have a question for you, Mr. Jason. About that, and this is just I know what kind of server your Discord is. I know what the kind of content that brings your community together. For the most part, I am not a Nintendo streamer. Like, yes, here I am playing Breath of the Wild and Tears of the Kingdom. So, like, and I suppose Xenoblade Chronicles 2 is technically on a Nintendo Switch, so there's that. But I don't necessarily have the strongest affinity for Nintendo products. Do I need to be a Nintendo, like, enthusiast? That's fine. Just go to the TCC and look at the channel promotion board. Okay, yeah. Well, I'll do that too. Absolutely not. No. Okay, that was like my biggest hang up. People promote whatever they want. Yeah, that was like a huge hang up I had in the back of my mind. I was like, okay, you know, when I go to look at the ticket, I hope this will be answered. But given my rather full weekend, I did not provide the opportunity for myself to ask that question in the first place. So I appreciate that answers my question pretty cleanly. Thank you, Mr. Jason. Yeah, I will tender that ticket either by today or by tomorrow morning. Today, if I can help it. Today, if I can at all help it. Now, we have 40 minutes left. That is surely not enough time to explore all the different spots in Hebra. Surely not. But we can at least get started. Like, we can at least get started. Or, you know, maybe this kind of feels like a this is a self-contained area. What gives? I have to go find yet another. Oh my god. I am upset by this. Extra upset. All right, Mr. Koga. You've been watching. You've been waiting. With dying, bated breath. Who is this demon king that you keep beseeching for summons? Well, we have a date with Destiny. Let's get it done and over with, eh? I've been waiting for you. It is done. We have enough crystallized charges at last. And now, our gift to the Demon King. My arm. A weapon beyond compare. This is definitely a Doofenshmirtz skit. Definitely. Will be reborn. Alright, 8 for brains. He must. This man feels like the Brain from Pinky and the Brain. You know, real monologuing butt wipe. Real monologuing butt wipe. The cruelest jerk to the people he knows. Today will go down in infamy as the day of our ultimate weapons resurrection, and the day the world faced its end. I don't mind what they promote. If they're doing something not appropriate, we have a pinned message in the channel promotion board area. It says, disclaimer, we, the TCC, have absolutely zero control of the content that may be promoted. So if you feel like someone is doing inappropriate concept, please submit inappropriate content. Good God, I cannot English today. Please submit a support ticket in the support tickets desk area. So it could be Nintendo, horror, etc. Yeah. Okay. You're not gonna catch me doing a hot tub stream. You've got my word on that. And if I do think about doing one of those, I may think about contact. I probably will, you know, contact someone and say, hey, this next stream that's going out is like not gonna be super appropriate. I don't intend on doing this because this is against Twitch terms of service anyway. But if the TOS is ever relaxed for any reason, you know, those are things to think about. Well, hopefully that never comes to pass, or that never even crosses my mind. All right, Koga, behold this feat of engineering. What did you engineer? The banana mobile? Ah, this unstoppable Zonite construct. It also says, depending on what the content was, said person may lose their verified streamer status. Okay. Well, again, that thought should never really... having said it makes it cross my mind, but only for the purposes of conversation, since we're bringing it up now. It wouldn't really cross my mind as like an entertainment venue or anything. This looks like a Majora's Wrath clone. We're just missing the headgear. Count your blessings, Link. Your death will prove the Yiga clan's might. Then I'll go take my rightful place in the darkness below the castle where the Demon King now dwells. Yes, where the end of all things will begin. What are you, a Pokemon supervillain? Like a team thug or something? Mr. Jason says the channel promotion board area only has a few rules, really. I imagine a lot of them are just common sense, or, you know, they bear in mind what the terms of service for streaming platforms is, or what Discord's terms of service is, along with any like common agreements among, you know, the board of directors. or all of the chairs and the CEOs and stuff on the server. That's what I would expect. In the deepest reaches of the depths, far beneath Hyrule Castle. Number 1, unless you have permission, do not use the everyone tag in here. Don't intend to. Number 2, no TikTok videos or clips. Do not intend to do that either. Especially not TikTok. Number 3, no Facebook, Twitter, or Instagram links. And for challengers and playtesters, they cannot advertise TCC-related content. Oh, so like that third rule is like, or that last bit's like separation, right? It's to keep the TCC but from being publicly affiliated somewhere. Would that be accurate? Now, come and get me. This time I'll bury you. Oh, don't even think about it. Oh, also don't run into electric fences either. Yeah, don't even think about it. That rule is usually because playtesters are sorry. That rule is because playtesters are usually streaming unreleased Troll Castle beta levels. Ah, okay, that makes sense. This doesn't look too hard. I'm willing to bet Master Koga's gonna do something toward like the halfway mark. Okay, what do I do there? You gotta actually undo the thing, or... Oh, if you're gonna sit there like... Oh, he's gonna sit there like that, but these balls are... gonna move. Got him. Okay, back up. If you're gonna do this all day, Master Koga, well, Master Kuga even, to borrow NK's words there. Alright. Let's go. Let's get this bloated chimpanzee out of here. Wouldn't it be great if you could make fish a weapon? It would. I would love to deliver the final blow to Master Koga by slapping him with a fish. Yeah, via Cheep, right? Or like something akin to that anyway. Really? Dang it. I just gotta wait for this guy to do his business. I hate this. This really is just a... This is like fish in a barrel. It's literally too easy. Okay. next move. Yeah, if I were Ganondorf, right, and I could, you know, scry through the abyss and see this man, if I could just see this man, you know, attempting to do things in my name, I would in fact be hella upset. That such a nincompoop was... Okay, let's just wait to see where he goes. Okay. Got it. GG, thank you. I would have put up the focus UI for something like this, but to be quite honest, I really didn't see Koga as that much of a threat. Something like a Lionel? Sure. A Gleeok? Absolutely. This man? The biggest of raspberries. Of course, maybe it was the weapons I was carrying, so there's that. But thank you for the GGs, everybody. I know it is obvious, but it is still insane. In the TCC, Haru is our client representative manager, and yet there's a huge gap between Haru and myself. By huge gap, do you mean like in terms of authority? In terms of experience? What sort of qualifier are we putting in here? Like authority. Okay. Yep. Makes sense. Oh, my beautiful weapon. It was a nice little toy, Koga. All of my work destroyed. You could have just not done anything. You little twerp. What are you, Vicky from Fairly Odd Parents? My God. This guy is like the epitome of cartoon tropes. I was this close to destroying the world with the Demon King. You were nowhere close, Koga. Shut up. You think I'm just going to let this stand? Do you? Time to bust out my serious moves. Oh, not this again. This is just like Koga and in the pit. Koga in the pit. He busts out the serious moves, and then something happens, right? What's gonna happen this time? A brand new technique I came up with in the deepest darkness of the darkest depths. It will destroy you. Is it a big black steel? Oh no, it's a cluster of rockets. Tremble in fear before my unstoppable Koga rocket. This is the end. What? Now fly, Koga rocket. Bye. This wasn't supposed to happen. How dare you, Link? I'll have my I can't even finish the damn line. Oh my God. Oh. Satisfying. Loved it. Absolutely fantastic. Hold on. I had something prepared for this.
I can feel my wits evaporating in your mere presence.
Man. Greetings. I will come to you. Please wait a moment. Thank you for driving out the trespasser. I watched your battle closely. It is unlikely he will appear in another abandoned mine. His manner of departure attests to that. Mines similar to this one can be found under thriving surface settlements and other places of distinction. There appears to be some connection between the surface and the depth. Very curious. Perhaps you find this equally intriguing. It may be a good idea for you to explore this connection. There's one other thing before you resume your journey. Yep, the schema stone thing again. Let's see. Between me and Haru are the board of directors, chief executive officer, C-suite president, vice president, external senior management, corporate ambassador, director of operations, general manager, regional manager, assistant regional manager, branch manager, and assistant branch manager. Ugh, that's like reading the laundry list of the veterans support organization. That I'm part of. There's a litany of titles kind of just like that. You replace the corporate flair with a military one and you get the same thing. You may have had to do it the long way around, but at least the title is now accurate again. Thank God it is accurate. Oh my God. I guess this is what happens with first time Let's Plays, huh? You don't often think about. I guess the thing that separates me from a lot of the other ones is that, you know, I try to do things one region at a time. I try to like really absorb what's happening in each region. I try to do things piecemeal so that we're not traveling all over the place, 5 or 6 different directions, while not getting familiar with anything yet. This is like the... Now, granted, I don't think the devs intended for me to do things this way. I really get the feeling they were just like, here's a bunch of things you can do on the way to all of your side adventures and quests. Get to it, young intrepid adventurer. You know, I made it harder on myself by explicitly not including light routes there, right? And just kind of trying to cut through the noise to do what I needed to do so that I could go back to doing things the way I wanted to do them. But yes, at least the thumbnail is fitting. I just didn't think I'd have to do all this. I enjoyed that. And Koga got exactly what he deserved. Your final showdown with Master Koga at the abandoned Hebra mine resulted in the revival of the ultimate weapon, a giant construct. What an ultimate weapon that was. It was the ultimate letdown of a weapon. A real hunk of junk. I kid. The construct was fine, but the pilot was an idiot. You managed to defeat it, and Master Koga was last seen Team Rocket blasting off again, right? Blasted skyward by his own hand, his plot foiled. Though Zelda's whereabouts remain unknown, you learned that the Demon King lurks beneath Hyrule Castle. You know, the thing we already figured out way earlier on in the LP when we were like, when we were like, oh, maybe we shouldn't be here underneath Hyrule Castle yet. Team Yiga blasting off again. Yes, someone has to have made that meme online. I need to find it. I gotta post it in my Discord server. I gotta post that. I think the folks will get a real treat out of that. All right, what is our reward for doing things well out of order of how I intended them to be? Are we getting 200 more crystallized charges, aka 1 more battery? No, we get a diamond, but that's fine. That's 1 more Great Eagle Bow, you know, that we can make. All right, journal, and then we find oh, there it is right there. Then we go get the schema stone. Every Yiga should keep our glorious purpose kindled in their heart by singing our anthem at least 3 times a day. Yiga Clan Anthem of the Depths, we clumps of earth, glory to Koga and the mighty Yiga Clan. Our master is the strongest. He's got a secret plan. Eggman, I've got the master plan. That's what that makes me think of. Sorry. Anyone who's played Sonic Adventure 2 Battle will know what I'm talking about. Because it's like the most weird song ever, but it's like the best one, almost one of the best ones in that whole track, outside of like the level track. Yes, reading this makes me think of that blasted song. The Eggman theme. Yes, exactly. You know what? Hear me out, my senators and inductees, Twitch and YouTube alike. Staple Eggman, give Koga a lab coat, right? Give him like a, I don't know, a khaki lab coat, something that's in the color scheme of this game, with like the Yiga symbol on the back of said lab coat, and like change how he wears his hair, and tell me that is not a half accurate physical representation of Dr. Robotnik. Yes, Dr. Robotnik is way smarter than this chump. Let's compare who we're talking about here. We're talking about like Mr. 269 IQ. I'm pretty sure it's actually 220 IQ if I'm remembering my lore correctly. Like IQ not at all the same. But the mannerisms, the appearance, some of the mannerisms, and the crazy, kooky, over-the-top, like, machines that he makes, and then getting foiled by, you know, his devices exploding on him. Tell me that's not a good caricature for the Legend of Zelda's version of Dr. Robotnik. Just, you know, the big thing is the lack of intelligence. That's all. Mr. Jason says a pile of dog poop is way smarter than Koga. Yeah, I'll say. That's not even a joke. That's not even a joke, but I think that's worthy of applause. His fall from... God, yes, more of this. His fall from sand to darkness did bring him to the depths, but did he waver? Never. He into action leapt. What kind of crooked English is this? The Yiga clan then followed, hearts fiery and true. We'll soon raise up our weapon, revived by stone of blue. In the dark we dwell now, we covert clumps of earth. Soon we'll rise to take Hyrule for everything it's worth. Glory to Koga and the mighty Yiga clan. The earth itself will tremble. Our ascension is at hand. Glory to Master Koga. Oh my god. Yeah, I felt like I lost brain cells reading that. Did anyone else feel like they lost maybe a brain cell or half of one reading that? And I don't really buy into the whole brain cell bit personally. Like speaking like true for a minute. But man, talking about brain cells is pretty funny. Not gonna lie. Maybe my version of that should be, you know, I feel like I've just lost a couple of synapses, like they just broke trying to parse or keep from experiencing cognitive dissonance, something along those lines. TM work and definition in progress, that sort of thing. I feel like the first thing that Ganondorf would do is to lift Koga and make him disappear. Yeah, like, oh god, I know Demise and Girahim don't have the same relationship. One is literally a weapon of the other, but I feel like something similar, like, your usefulness has run out. It is time for you to return to your true form, a weapon. Complete with, you know, a hilt at the place where Koga's hair would be, or whatever. Make him disappear by making him way more useful as a clobbering instrument Or, you know, doing the whole Dragon Ball Z thing of picking someone up and ripping off someone's arm, like Tien did, literally rip off his own arm and beat people with it, which is hilarious. You must go now, as it is late, 10:33 p.m. Yes, sir. Thank you so much for stopping by, Mr. Jason. Your commentary has been exhilarating. I enjoy it. You've been a right pleasure too. I hope to see you around, you know, sooner rather than later. But if not, you know, please do enjoy the rest of your day or the rest of your week. And with that, take care of yourself, good sir. Let's let's get this schema stone. Am I on tomorrow? Should be. Tomorrow's Tuesday, right? Yeah, tomorrow's Tuesday. I should be on at the same time. See you then. And again, do take care of yourself. All right. What newfangled contraption? Are we getting Master Koga's airplane? That's the one I really want. A rocket platform? What the heck? Okay. That could be worse, I suppose. It is a hoverstone. Sure. I'm curious to see how this one works. Alright, let's build this lovely thing. Okay. Ah, that's why. Oh, you know what? I've kind of been blowing off the testing, but I wonder if the tests are literally there to get you chests. This is really cool. Or no, 122 crystallized charges. It's hard to say no to something like that. It's okay, Tulin. You don't need to use wind gusts here. Promise. Yes, go on. Okay, this one I can safely add to my repertoire of stuff. All right. Okay, so how many materials for this do we have? We have 283, and we have 255 crystallized charges. I'll take 60 of these. Okay, cool. That's another full battery that we can go convert. All right. That everything. I think so. But now, how are we gonna get to here? Is this a case of, oh, we can now actually climb through this, or what? So what is this? This is the Kawumoro? Kawumoro. Yeah, it looks like we can. Okay. Okay. Got it. Got it. Got it. Got it. All right. I'm taking a second to kind of process all this. I'm just taking a second to kind of soak this all in. Like, we don't have to deal with Koga anymore. I was sort of hoping to spread that all out. Right? I think that's like my biggest regret, is that I couldn't space it all out. If I had known that, I would have just done it. You know, I would have gotten it done in one relative sitting. Well, maybe, you know what, maybe not. Actually, thinking about it, you know, I think things had to be, well, maybe not exactly this way, right? But I thought that this chasm underneath Rito Village would not be its own enclosed space, right? Because I wasn't looking at the map when I was doing the planning. You know, if I had looked at the map, I would have been like, okay, we can actually like ignore it and do other stuff, right? We could actually just ignore this, but instead I made the erroneous error of making a depiction. It's fine. It's fine. It's truly fine. We can just accept that that learning happened. Move about our business. Okay. So what? Oh god, are we really at the end? Yeah, I suppose we are at the end, huh? We didn't get a whole lot done today. We really truly didn't. But we got this thing and then that's it? There's no hole for us to go into? Nothing. Absolutely nothing. Just this is the expanse. I guess next time, we're gonna be spending another episode in Hebra. But hopefully it should be the last one. It should be the last episode, and then we can actually move on to the litany of other things that we need to go check up on. There are a number of chests. There are a number of things I have found off camera that I really should clean up before moving on. So, let's see. I know exactly who we're going to go to. It's going to take me a second to get to him. If you guys don't know who my good Twitch associate MonkeyFunk4D is, you definitely should check him out. He is super worth your time to do so. He's a variety content creator just like I am. And yes, I do not intend to forget that ticket. Thank you for the reminder, Mr. Jason. I will probably do that within 10 to 15 minutes of having completed the raid. If you guys feel like joining me on a raid, you're more than welcome. If not, you know, no big deal. But I'm gonna at least go greet my good online internet friend, Mr. MonkeyFunk4D. We're gonna give him some electric love. For you guys on YouTube, this is where we can, you know, pretty much part ways. I don't really have anything left keeping you here. My name is Coinstamp. Most people call me Coin. This has been another episode of The Legend of Zelda: Tears of the Kingdom, and next time we will be doing another normal day of exploration and not whatever the heck this turned out to be, other than, I guess, the completion of a little side adventure, I suppose. As for you guys on Twitch, here comes the shout out and then the raid. Give me 2 seconds. I need to grab something really quick. I'll be right back. Didn't need to go very far. I even brought this. My headset died recently for my gaming computer, so I got a mobile, or I got a portable headset. It's already Bluetooth connected and everything, so I just gotta use it. Just gotta use it. Okay, let me go ahead and swap things over. But you guys have been awesome. You guys have been a real treat. It's been a blast. I look forward to many more adventures with all of you. I really, truly do mean that. We'll be back tomorrow at 1 p.m. Eastern Standard Time, doing more of this. If you guys are interested, please consider joining the Discord. Let me go ahead and put the bolos up for that now. We vote on stuff there. We're voting on the next game that we want to play. So if you guys want to be part of that process, where we vote on stuff like that, the Discord is the place to do it. Now, Mr. Monkey Funk is currently playing the portion of the Yakuza franchise between 7 and 8. God, that is a long-winded series. But we're definitely gonna go check him out. We're definitely gonna go check out Mr. Monkey Funk. Give him some electric love, our support. If you guys are subscribed at Prime Gaming or higher, you can feel free to copy the first message with the Volt Heart emote. Otherwise, you feel free to copy the most recent one that has the follower emote. This has been quite the series, quite the Let's Play so far. I can't wait to see what else Tears of the Kingdom has in store. This has been another episode of The Legend of Zelda Tears of the Kingdom. My senators and inductees, do stay safe. Do take care of yourselves. You're welcome in my hallowed halls anytime, whether that be in my Discord, on my social media, and so on. I will see you guys next time. I can promise that. And with that, goodbye.